If you're new to cross country today, please be reminded you will not see the runners, you cannot run the side, the athletes behind the bush, you can only go to point to point. We have our exclusive buildings in the mid-division. We'll be walking up on the left-hand side, that's our building facility here in the main car park, not the right level we do today.
Sorry, yes.
We're in the building facility in the main car park. You can access that from the front of the pavilion. That's enough of seating facilities up there as well. We'll have to just got wet from the racing. The 7 runners took part today in the first race. 17-10.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Northern Ireland International Cross Country for the second time in 2022. We of course saw this meeting back in January and we are back this October on what has been a quite cool and drizzly Saturday morning. Well, as you can see, we've got a slightly differing course this time round than what we saw earlier this year. We've got races across the full spectrum of age groups, and it all kicks off with 2 races in the under 10 girls and boys races. It's 1,000 metres, and the first one, the girls under 10 race, getting underway in just a couple of minutes' time. They're in their pens. Nice and even, different clubs, and this competition, if you've joined us before, you will know that whilst it is the Northern Ireland International Cross Country, it is also in conjunction with the Northern Ireland and Ulster Even Age Group Championships and the Bobby Ray Cross Country. This is also a World Athletics Silver Cross Country Tour meeting. So whilst it is under the big umbrella of the Northern Ireland International, there are many sub-stories and tales to be told this morning and all the way through to this afternoon. A bit of a brief overview of the timetable. Well, we've got the junior age groups up until the break, the under 10s, 12s and under 14s, and then we get underway with the senior and under 20 women's championship race at 12:45 p.m. and the day concludes with our final race over 8,000 metres with the senior men and under 20 men races. That's at 3:20 p.m. this afternoon, so just over 4 hours time until we get underway with that. So that's the schedule. The under 10 girls over 1,000 metres, getting things underway very shortly.
The final ball is during the first race. Please make your way quickly to the starting line.
And then you can see our final few races of the day. The under 18 girls, the under 18 boys, and then the senior and under 20 men's. Well, we have 2 laps really. We start with this under 10 girls 1,000 metre race. It is one short yellow lap. It's one of the great aerial shots from our drone we have here today. You just see at the top of the picture the pens where our young athletes are getting ready to roll. The race, of course, being held once again at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park, and these young athletes absolutely tearing away to start. And already we're seeing Ria Tona from Finn Valley, number 25, take to the front, and she is storming away underneath this drizzly rain here. Already with a compelling lead at the front, Ria Tona. Just sitting in behind her, Aya Bin Hegati from Letterkenny. We've got a bit of a firmer course underfoot at this point, but it has been wet this morning. You can see all the umbrellas and hats and caps covering the eyes and shielding the faces here at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. So Bruce Brand there, City Derry AC Spartans, number 7, moving nicely at the moment. Only one short lap around the lake, cut back across and with a bit of an uphill finish, and this is a great shot of that. So they do one full lap and they will end in the top right hand corner, just out of picture for our finishing straight, right in front of the soccer centre of excellence here at the Country Park. A venue that I'm sure so many people know so well. Still out in front, it's Ria Tona for Finn Valley. You've got to give credit to these young athletes because it's a tough start, 11 AM on a Saturday morning. I'm sure they've had a tough week at school. So many different coloured kits as well, great representation here. Representing all the different counties and clubs. Well, this is it, just as they are back around. Number 25 at the front, Ria Tona, with that blistering start, still leading at the front, being guided by our wonderful volunteers and marshals today. Enya Logue of Ross's AC in the red there, she's in second at the moment. We've got a bit of a battle on for the silver and bronze medal positions. It's a sprint uphill. Look how tough that looks under the slippy mud. I'm sure that's going to get churned up as the day goes on. Tona approaching the finish, being chased down by Logue, who now hits the front. This is where they have a short uphill climb in the bottleneck as they head into the finishing arch. Strong start from Tona. Can she get back in front in this finishing stretch? It is tight, but it is Tona with the wheels at the end, just to hold off the battle from Enya Logue, who gets second. And that is a wonderful, wonderful finish. And what a way to start our day here at the Northern Ireland International. 70 young athletes entered in for this race. Plenty coming through the line still. And you can just see as they chicane their way back through into the finishing straight. This is where it starts to hurt, up this incline to the finish. Great to see the spirit and endeavour of these young athletes. It's a very prestigious event, always one on the cross-country calendar, and the winter season is well and truly here. Young North Down AC athlete just coming through on the finish. Great running from all of these athletes. We are delighted they've joined us and put their spikes on. A great effort from all. I'm sure they'll be heading to get a hot chocolate and get wrapped up. Their families and teammates and coaches, I'm sure, will be giving them a big hug, keep them warm. Well, that is it in our first race of the day. First of 12 races. Next up, it's the under 10 boys, also over that same short lap 1,000-metre course, give or take, around the lake. We work our way up through the age groups, the 12:45, the senior and under 20 women, and the Masters 60 plus. That's over 6,000 metres. That's just after a break, so sometime between the end of the under 14 boys race and the senior women's race, we'll have a short break on the programme, probably only for 15 or 20 minutes or so before we get underway with our second half of the day. Course looking absolutely superb at the moment. Rich green grass, as you'd expect. Right, the under 10 boys in their pens, getting ready to roll very shortly.
trips all the way up there. There's the finish line there. The things, I think it's great. I love the little ones that come and they've got their little, just their like unicorn leggings and just a t-shirt. They're not in a club. And they do well, hey? They're way out in front.
Well, underway they go. The under-10s boys race, and they are flying out of the traps. Harry McVeigh from Newcastle and District AC in the red and yellow strip at the front, taking this one out nice and early. Well, this is just on the north side of the lake as they start this steady incline and work their way away from the start. In a second they will turn right and head back around the lake here. You just see as they start at the front with our leader Harry McVeigh turning right back down the slope as they chicane their way around the lake. A challenging old start. You can just see the Billy Neill Centre of Excellence in the background and the finishing arch just in front of that building. One lad, number 170 there, just clearing his trainers, I think. Still at the front, McVeigh taking things out, nice and controlled at the moment. Two athletes just in behind him, chasing hard though at the moment.
As they turn right up the blue line here to finish, but in the lead 137, Harry McVeigh from Newcastle. Out in the lead by 10 metres. From Mason Moser from North Belfast Harriers. Up the hill they go. 250 metres to go. Harry McVeigh is away and clear. 15 metres, he's away and clear.
Around about 100 athletes in this under-10 boys race here. They're starting to come into the finish now. Harry McVeigh of Newcastle and District. One more slope to go. Plenty of people cheering as they come up this finishing stretch. It's great, isn't it? All the crowd just buckled in around, clapping, making some noise, and here comes Harry McVeigh through the finishing tape to take the win in this under-10 boys competition. And well done to that man, Harry McVeigh. Tens of athletes now with a sprint finish, digging deep. The younger athletes starting early on in the day, while they get a slightly drier course, a bit firmer underfoot. I'm sure this will churn up nicely. It's a great shot as they go into the finishing arch. last few athletes of this race working their way up the finishing straight. Great to see the support as well.
Good boy, good boy, keep going.
Every young lad out on the course getting support. Great encouragement from every one of the spectators. It's really great to see. One of the best things about sport, and this sport in particular, as the last couple of athletes just coming through the finishing stretch.
Classification of the under 10 boys this year, presented by Jerry Carson, president of the
Well done to that young man.
In third place today from the city of Lisbon, Max Welby. And the second place strong finishing 55 runners. Up in the second place from Finn Valley, Shay McHugh. On the win today, a second win this year already. From Newcastle, Harry McVeigh.
Well, that's it from our two under 10 girls and boys races. Next up for you in around about 5 minutes time, we've got the under 12 girls over 1500 metres. The course a little bit longer for them. They do a full yellow lap, which is one full circuit of the lake and a chicane back through to the finish.
Celebrating the day, the under 12 girls. Starting at 11:20 here at the start line. 1,500 meters, the large drop on the lake. The classic 2 meters race.
Great aerial shot of the course here. You can just see the size of the lake and the wider course. Just a wonderful venue, really wonderful venue. Nice undulating hills and inclines.
So we're going for today in the NFL on the 12 girls race, 1,500 meters, on the long lap of the lake. Very fast a high finish for the Flying Series. Something large, things in the first place is. Just another reminder to parents to not run beside the athletes, whether taking part in the race, please only point to point. started for here at the under 12 girls.
Well, here they are then, the under 12 girls, getting ready for their 1500 metre race, and away they go at the Pens at the Northern Ireland International. As we've already mentioned this morning, this event today, not only the Northern Ireland International, there's a couple of the lead runners just catching out some of our photographers on the course. Quick sprint across from them. Great to see all the club tents in the background as well. How fantastic is that? Club athletics really the catalyst for international success. Great to see it represented here today, because this event is in conjunction with the Northern Ireland and Ulster even age group championships. It's the Bobby Ray cross country and the World Athletics Silver Cross Country Tour. Well, they come around the lake and then they have a chicane, so slightly different course for this one. The first part of it very similar, and they will turn right as they are starting to. It's quite a steady incline as they head around the lake, and at this point just starting to drop down slightly. Well, a couple of athletes stretching things out towards the front. Bonnie Devlin is there, one of our lead athletes at the moment. Over 130 athletes in this race. You can see them all stretched out, working their way through this boggy ground. A few grimacing faces as they come through, but I just know that when they get to the finish, that will turn into a big smile. The sense of satisfaction you get from cross-country racing is like nothing else. Number 189 at the front of Monaghan and the Carrick Aces AC, Ain Smith. 5 athletes at the front contesting for the medals at the moment. Leith Lunny is in there as well. Bonnie Devlin now just pressing on the shoulder. This is where they chicane back round. This is the extension piece of the course that the under 10 athletes didn't get. You can see as they start to chicane their way through. They'll have another tight turn around the left hand side in just a second. Great to see so many coaches and supporters cheering these young athletes on. It's a tight old turn, isn't it? Well, there's the big loop back around, and we're starting to see a stretch at the front from Bonnie Devlin in the green of Foyle Valley. Well, she's coming back down here past the starting pens just on the left hand side of the picture. They will have a tight left hand turn which will send them up this slope towards the finish. Our leader here is Kate Kelly. Kelly with this left hand turn. How do those quads feel as she starts to work up the hill? She's being well chased. A look over her right shoulder because she knows she's under hot pursuit at the moment. Can she hold on? Here comes the sprint finish towards the arch. I think she knows she's got it at this point, and there is the relief. It's Kelly from Clark. And coming through in third, Ain Smith, who took the race out early on. It's a tough old finish. You can see the sense of satisfaction and relief as they cross the line. Great to see. Still plenty of athletes coming through to the finish. Well, still many athletes on the course out of the 130 or so we have here in this under-12 girls race. We have the under-12 boys coming up for you in just a few moments. The action coming rapidly here at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. Here's a presentation for these young athletes. Darcy Clark with the silver medal from Finn Valley. A wee smile there from Clark and a big grin at the top of the tree with the gold medal. Kate Kelly. I'm sure they're delighted to have picked up their medals today from the Northern Ireland and Ulster Even Age Group Championships. Great to see. Well, a few minutes to go until the under-12 boys race. That's at 11:35 a.m. So we'll bring you the start of that in just a few moments' time.
So when you come off me at this point, can you tell me when I'm clear so I can whip on round and get the next bit? Okay, so give me a shout when I'm ready to move. There's quite a lot of stuff here, but platform and all the move as well. Okay. Yeah, okay, so as soon as that happens, will you let me know and I'll move as quick as I can. Okay, bud, cheers.
Under 12 boys this year. Just waiting to get them up here.
They all come along this line.
So now we'd like to say this race, Joaquin Bryan from Trin Valley, Christian and Phil Frank from Lagan Valley. We've got the front here, on the start here. Connor Wilson from Northside. Final call for the runners in the under 12 boys. Quickly, how do you do it?
Well, here are the under 12 boys on the same course that the girls have just ran on, around about 1,500 metres. They're in the pens, and those pens are where athletes from the same club are grouped, designed to filter out the athletes so it's less bunched near the start, less crammed. Sure, there's a few nerves. It looks as if the weather is clearing up slightly, he says, touching wood. The course is in fine fettle though, absolutely superb at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park.
Start the race, we get each keep the starting area clear as we were using the start of the race. In the second half, that's still starting on the left of the starting line. Strong teams here from Brantford, Goldfield, Ross's AC, North Belfast, Northern Phoenix, Lagan Valley, City of Derry. Boys only won't take a part in this race, over 120 runners. Just a reminder, the final weekend to enter the Northern Ireland and Ulster uneven age group classes. The final weekend to end that race. The girls don't get free field this weekend.
Well, got a very well-behaved dog here today. These young athletes in the traps. And I'm sure if If that dog was off its lead, it would be tearing after them as well. Very well behaved though. Plenty of wagging tails around the course today. Seen plenty of them. Always good to see. You've got to have a couple of dogs at a cross-country meet, haven't you? Just to give you an indication of the vastness of the course as the under-12 boys set underway. We've had a bit of a tumble as well. Well, that's why we have the pens to try and filter the athletes out, that sometimes in cross-country it does get a bit bunched up, and if you're a bit eager, still some bustling elbows and shoulders and all sorts. Hopefully the athletes that went to ground are comfortably back on their feet. Already up and away along this back stretch. We saw Caleb Shine near the front there. We've got over 130 athletes once again. And this is where they start to turn right and head back down towards the lake. The field nicely stretched out, as you can see.
As the rest of the field start to close on the 2 meters.
Some great racing going on here. These smaller battles amongst the bigger race. Great technique and great running from these young athletes. They are only under 12. Such a young age, but this is a great experience for them to be racing during this international meet. Stretched out along the full length of the lake. There's a few athletes towards the front start their chicane. Back towards the finish. Sheen McBride in the white at the front. We've got Carter Ralston in there as well, so we're about 5 athletes, but it's Carter Ralston just sitting in second. Sheen McBride leading things at the moment. This section, as you can see, a bit of a chicane, and then we'll loop back around the football pitch, which is being used for warm-ups today. These tight turns really do take it out of your legs, especially as you start to head towards the end of the race. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see those pens where the athletes start in the race. McBride now stretching that lead to around about 5 metres. The Cranford AC athlete putting on a show for his club. Looks controlled at the moment. Got to the front early on. Ralston sitting in second, but he might have a fight on his hand, because here comes Caleb Shine in the blue and white hoops, and I think Shine might have just got back into second. You can see this is the tight turn for McBride. Uphill he goes. The battle is on for silver and bronze. Who's going to get amongst the medals? But this race is in the bag for Sheen McBride as he grits his teeth to come across the line. That is a great run from the young man, and he will take the Northern Ireland and Ulster even age group championship title for the under-12s. What a finish. And I'm sure we'll catch an eye on the podium finish and presentation. We think it was Ralston that got there for silver, but we shall have to wait and see. It was such a tight finish. What a hive of activity is here today. Great to see so many spectators, people that just love the sport. A few athletes on their sprint finish up this hill. As our final few finishers come through on the course. Well, here they go with the presentation then. The man picking up the bronze medal, Dylan Curley. Carter Ralston getting the silver. And the man who was very, very happy as he crossed the line. Don't think he can quite believe it himself, can he? But the gold medal for the under-12 boys goes to Oisin McBride of Cranford AC. All three of these athletes delighted. Great performances all round. Look at the smiles on their faces. That is our finishing stretch. Such a hive of activity here at the country park today. Our next race on the course coming up for you in just about 8 minutes time. It's the under 14 girls race. It's 2,500 metres, and the first time we start to stretch the distance out somewhat. They do 2 of the yellow laps, so what the under 12s have just done. Under 14 girls born in 2009 or 2010. You can see our magnificent drone hovering above us here. Capturing all our wonderful aerial shots today. Well, seeing the age groups there and when they were born certainly makes me feel quite old, doesn't it? Under 14, born in 2009 or 2010.
Very large citizen race over 130 meters. Team 2-3 from Finn Valley and it's still in Frankfurt East Side. Annalyn Paradisus, Blackrock, Lochman, Dragon Valley, Ulster. Seven Ulster Schools, Swiss champions running this field today. From the 620.
Somebody come and give me a hand and move on the break. There's quite a bit of stuff there on the platform. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, just for the maybe just need a wee bit of help to carry all this stuff. Okay, thank you. Okay, cheers, thank you.
Runners taking part in this race today.
A few pan left.
The under 14 girls already in their pens, getting ready to go in just a few minutes' time. Lots of spectators around the funnel. Hopefully we won't have any trips or slips or falls this time.
Lily Foster from Littlefield, Sesame Park. The Military Harriers. Adam Smith from Shercock. Under 14, 15 meter champion, Janet West from Jury. Just to give you the results here, for the under 10 girls, 3 races today. In first place, Grasslock. In second place, Lagan Valley. In third place, Letterkenny. The national representative from each team goes to the representative gets their medals. And the under 10 boys champions this year, Finn Valley in first, second City of Derry, and third City Legs, if you can ask it. Just to correct that there, under 10 girls, first Grasslock, second Finn Valley, and third Letterkenny. We can get someone from each team to go to the pavilion to collect their medals. So big entry here at number 14 girls. Right through here in the 14 girls. 7 moving on at Ulster Schools. And club champions taking part in this race. Proud winners. This is the stack field here today. High closing and Ulster races. Under 14 girls. 2.5 large laps of the lake area. We will again be using the area behind the starting line for the second lap. Just getting ready to start here. 3 teams from Belfast taking part today.
Well, underway they go in this under 14 girls race. 2 yellow laps for them, 2 of the smaller laps. Strong starting at the front. 2 of the yellow laps means that they will be doing 2 perimeter laps of the lake up the slope on this first one, and already you can just start to see that that track is getting churned up. And we saw it at the last edition of this event back in January. By the end of the day it was a bit of a mud bath, but that's why we love cross country, isn't it? Pure racing. And you can see that from the off when they come out of the pens, because these athletes do pin their ears back and they go. A couple of athletes already stretching out at the front.
With a 5-minute lead from Twin Valley, but the main pack is just right there. 5 6 minutes behind. The pickups are still there.
Holly McNulty of Finn Valley at the front, number 505. We've got Hona Bewelder in second, 447. She's of Armour AC. Over 125 athletes entered into this race, and those 125 athletes just stretched out at the moment. As they come towards the end of their first lap around the lake, they will enter through the chicane. Pace just settling in a bit now as the athletes pack in. It's still McNulty in the blue at the front, just closely followed by Vivalda. That's 16 athletes in that front group. It's a good number to try and keep the pace. And the people to run with, it really does just push you on, surge you on, and keep the race honest. And we're seeing that already from Vivalda and McNulty at the front. We've seen this chicane as they move from one of the pitches to the other. Tough on the old legs, the tight turns as they head back towards the end of their first lap. You can just see the pens on the right hand side.
At the end of the start of this race, we just complete the end of the first lap. The main field just on the surge, back to the leader. They'll be up front right and up the hill again for the second time.
Well, I've got another athlete towards the front now, along with McNulty. It's Abby Smith of Shercock AC. 560 at the front there. Looking strong at the moment, these two athletes, as they come round with 1 lap to go. Next time they'll turn left up that slope towards the finishing stretch. Have to dig deep here, it's where it gets tough. The lead just beginning to stretch out a bit now. McNulty doing well to keep her foot on the gas. She's got a bit of pressure and she has got some company. What a shot this is. Looks like we might have just had a change in lead with Abby Smith now taking to the front. Bit of relief as they head down this downhill section. Smith keeping at the front. We've got Olivia McCusker in there as well, looking to try and get amongst the medals. This, of course, if you're just joining us, is the Northern Ireland International for winter 2022. We had this event in January. This year it's in October at the start of the winter season. Whilst it is an international meet, it is also the Northern Ireland and Ulster Age Group Championships, the Bobby Ray Cross Country for 2022. And this event also forms part of the World Athletics Cross Country Silver Tour, one of the best cross country meets in the world. Last year we had Helen Nabiri join us. This year we still have some international athletes in the senior races later on, but before that, right now, we have young Abby Smith in the under 14 girls race, and she's being rapidly chased down by a young lady in the red vest. It's Madison Welby, and Welby trying to chase hard at the moment. Got Olivia McCusker just sitting in third with the blonde hair. They start to chicane their way through. They know there's not much left until they head up the finishing straight. Another loop around one of the football pitches here. And it is still with Abby Smith at the front. McCusker now into second, Welby's there in third. Smith looking good. She took the lead for the first time midway round this second lap, and she's held on strong up until this point. Starting to come past the starting pens, as you can see at the top of the screen. And Olivia McCusker is chasing hard. Welby in the red in third at the moment. We've got Erin Han in there as well in fourth. Can she sprint towards a bronze medal? But it is between Smith and McCusker at the moment as they head up the stretch. Look at the support as they come through into the sprint. Smith is looking good. Abby Smith from Shercock AC, swinging those arms, digging deep. A look over the right shoulder of McCusker, and it is going to be Abby Smith that takes the under 14 championship title for 2022. McCusker gets the bronze, and Madison Welby gets the bronze. And here's the athletes coming through as well. What a sprint finish between the gold and silver medalists. I'm sure we'll see their presentation in just a couple of seconds. But what a great race. The first of our two under 14s at the Northern Ireland International. Some great work by our marshals around the course today. Lots lots of sprinting going on up the hill as they come through to the finishing arch. Wayne has eased off for now. Looks like it should be dry for the rest of the day, but you do never know. The course getting churned up nicely as we come towards the halfway point of our day here at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. Great to see so many clubs and counties represented. Hundreds and hundreds of people out there spectating today. A number of athletes coming through to the finish still racing their way through, trying to get one or two places up. Our under 14 boys race coming up very shortly. They're racing over the same course, same distance. That comes up in just less than 10 minutes time. And there are our three medalists. Top of the tree, Abby Smith. Got McCusker with the silver and Welby with the bronze. A great morning's work for those young athletes. Well, this is what's coming up. Our first afternoon race, starting in about 8 minutes time, the under 14 boys race. We then have, after a short break, we have the senior and under 20 women's race, which also features the men's over 60s, which you see is the M60 plus. 12:45 there, so they'll be running with the senior and under 20 women over 6,000 metres. That's at 12:45. We then head into the under 16 and under 18 races and conclude the day with the senior and under 20 men's race over 8,000 metres or so. That's at 3:20 p.m. So stay with us for a full afternoon of international cross country here. Lots of stories to be told.
And then the start of over the under 14 boys. This here at the Rhode Island Upper. Union 676 Avenue. Central to the 14th Red Line. And this one is after a great course. The top of the field, This anywhere the country. This is a fantastic race already here. Results here on the under 12 team racing. In first place, Ben Valley again. And a second place, Anna Stone and third, Anna Lee. So the representative from each of these teams make their way to the medals area, the sector medals. And the under 12 boys champions again. Ben Valley is on the corner here. The under 12 boys and girls in team racing. Second place for the boys from Michael College and third, Bradford.
Well, here we are with the under 14 boys race. 2 short laps around the lake, about to get underway. About 140 athletes entered in for this one. A whole host of clubs and counties represented. We're racing over around 2,500 metres, so as we go through the day the racing distances go up and up and up and up. And Marshall's just ushering the final few athletes into their pens. And marshals here just giving their final few instructions. And off they go. 2 short laps. It's a pacey start. 6:45 at the front. Darren Norton of Letterkenny AC. Just near the front at the moment. Alex Robinson there of East Down. All the athletes packed in nicely. We're already seeing a bit of a stretched out race towards the front. Great to see the pace that these young athletes start with, not afraid of taking the race out, digging deep from early on. Always a learning curve for these athletes. And it's Alex Robinson at the front for East Down AC. Started nicely as they come around the south side of the lake for the first time. Nice flat section of the course this. Really start to gain their rhythm after that early incline and then short descent towards this part of the course.
Number 6,
as they make their way through the chicane, it is still Robinson at the front. Evan Tosh is there, just in second, paired alongside Norton at the moment. Into their rhythm now, just settling down into it. This zigzag section of the course really will get those quads burning, particularly towards the back end of the race as they're eyeing up a sprint finish. Well, Evan Tosh in the green there of Ballymena and Aintrim, taking to the front for the first time. Robinson just slipping back in the red. That strong early pace. Norton in second from Letterkenny. We've got Rory Armstrong in there as well in the diagonally striped blue strip of Lagan Valley. These 3 athletes now on their second and final lap. You can see some of the cheering from family and friends and teammates. This is a tough section. Really just one of those slow burning inclines. What a view as the athletes towards the front of this race. Norton and Tosh start to loop their way back down. Robinson there in the red, our early leader, just slipping back a few places right now into fourth at the moment. Tosh on this second lap has really started to turn the pace. He looks smooth at the moment. Armstrong is there, bided his time over that first lap. Currently sitting in that bronze medal position. Darragh Norton in the dark strip, starting to press claim at the front for that gold medal. This competition, the Northern Ireland International, also incorporating the Northern Ireland and Ulster even age group championships. There are medals at stake here. Gold, silver and bronze going to the top three. A fantastic venue with those rolling green hills in the background. So it's Tosh, Armstrong and Norton at the front. We could be in for some finish here. Coming through the chicane for the final time. And it will be interesting to see who makes a sprint for the line and at what point do they do that. Tosh at the moment in the green strip, looking strong. Around the outside, well, here comes Rory Armstrong, maybe just trying to make a claim at this point. It's a tight turn with a short jump up from one level to the next as they come around the warm-up pitch near where they start in the pen. And it is Rory Armstrong now of Lagan Valley who gets to the front. What can Tosh do about this move? Has Armstrong gone too soon? Has Tosh got anything left in the tank? Just needs to keep in touching distance at the moment. Darragh Norton in the bronze medal position. Armstrong looking cool, looking composed, a look over his shoulder just to gauge how far in front he is. I think his coach on the touchline there just excited because Armstrong, Rory Armstrong up the finishing straight then, will surely take the win. Evan Tosh in second, Darragh Norton in third, but it is all about this man, Rory Armstrong from Lagan Valley, will take the win with that superb sprint to the line in the last 400 metres or so. What a win from him. Evan Tosh with the silver and Darragh Norton picking up the bronze. What a race. Odran Rogers there. Another sprint finish on the line. From Porrick Kelly. And here come the rest of the field. Armstrong just... Robinson there, sorry, Alexander Robinson just coming through. Our early leader on that first lap just couldn't sustain the pace in the end, but a great run from him, took it out hard, and all credit to that young man. But Rory Armstrong, what a run, judged it to perfection, timed it perfectly, and got the gold medal. Still tens of athletes coming through, great support. Well done to these young under 14 boys. What a race. I'm sure we'll see the podium finishes in just a second. And here they are. Great respect from these three young men, great sportsmanship. Bronze medalists from this season's age group championships, it's Darrow Norton of Letterkenny AC. Silver medalist. Looked as if he might have had it at one point on that second lap, but it's the silver today for Ballymena and Aintrim's Evan Tosh, and the gold medalist of Lagan Valley. A great sprint finish. And our gold medalist, Rory Armstrong. Well done to these three and all the athletes in that race. Podium finish. Great work from these young lads. Well, as the final few finishes from that under-14 boys race comes through. Our next race on the programme is at 12:45 p.m, so around about 25 minutes time. We have got a bit of a break now. That next race, over 6,000 metres, will be the senior and under-20 women's race. That also features the men's Masters 60 plus, the over 60s, taking part in that race as well. So we will be back in around about 25 minutes time for the start of the senior and under 20 women's race. So we look forward to having you join us then.
We'll have a short break here at 12:45, where we'll have our senior ladies group, along with the ladies under 20 and masters over 60 lift. 12:45 to the senior women's race, incorporating the women's under 20 race and over 16 women's masters. The results of the race is being set now on the Championship Ireland website. The live results, if you want to see the results today, go to the Championship Ireland website. So on next race, 12:45, the senior women, under 20 women, and over 16 men's masters race. Taking place at 12:45 here at the start line. And the women's race will be 6:10. And it'll be back in our full-time three usual championship races, which are under 16, girls, boys, and under 18 as well. Just a reminder for some of the fantastic races coming up. The Cumber Cup will be here in November. Instead of our Northern Ireland Games, also the Belfast Cup up in Ballyclare Park. Close it up. Senior ladies, under 20 ladies, over 60 masters, men and women. Make your way to the start area, and you will be starting the race. Start at 12:45. This excellent women's race today from international runners, Katie Fry from Newbury to Mary, looks like a famous Steve Brown. top 10 place in the European Star cross country for England last year. He ran this yesterday along with Miranda Fernando from Ethiopia. Silver medal in the world over 25 for champions in Colombia in July of this year. Bernard from Ethiopia is born in the world over 25 for champions in Colombia also as well. Also in 24 years today, Corbett Cassie from Neill, she was running here today as well. Only 17 years of age, so fantastic Ethiopian competition taking part in the race today. Fantastic team here in the winning race here. Johnson, Fernando, players, Alma, Barry Green, Barry Renata, and Barry the winners. Each point, the Moore, Eastern, Lagan Valley, Murdoch, Newcastle, North Belfast, Ulster, and Orangefield and Smith Sliders. Huge field here today in the women's race. Northern Irish University today is not got into the training. One of the people on the Australia Captain Morris this time on the paper, open to another train. Back out of the second on the final train. Run the team third in Northern Irish Cycle last year. Top of the corner, red on the Northern Irish team on the paper. Second on the Northern Irish Cycle championship this year. And another for Scotland Young from the Silver last Sunday. They're not playing at the international races. Hosted by Athletic Ireland. So strong players here today. And under 20 years, another fantastic race as well. Strong players here from Spring Valley. Heading up to the Spring Valley City in the green. All-Ireland single team champion. When the summer gets hot, along the field for second. In the All-Ireland the next team cross country for Kenny. Also the fantastic race here in the Masters men's race. Lawrence Johnson, North Belfast Fires, and number winning from Scotty Sliders. They have not like to have a final here today. Number winning holds 3 of the finals already this year. Looking to extend that in this today. Strong team here from our field Sliders. Lagan Valley, Eastern, the Armagh. Barron in Outskirts, North Line. Lagan Valley. The Moore, North Belfast. With the recap on our international racing team today, it's just a team from Larry Kenny and Jack Adams and the team of Silver that form in their class last weekend in Silver and Outskirts. Of the Ireland International Field Race. Jack Adams, Second to find the same thing, for South is saying. The left side, Robert Machine. The Monaco Striders.
Well, we are back, and next up it's the senior and under 20 women's race, incorporating the men's Masters 60 plus. 6,000 metres. Three red laps. 3 long laps. First time we'll have seen a race today which goes around the longest route on this course.
Also strong team here from Listener 3, Quartermaster champion on the track.
Well, it's a big field in this senior women's race. Over 250 lining up in this. Athletes already in their pens. A few internationals on the start list from Ethiopia. Great Britain representatives as well. The Northern Ireland International, incorporating the Northern Ireland and Ulster even age group championships, the Bobby Ray cross country, and this event also the World Athletics Silver Cross Country Tour. And away they go. And already off they go. If you're looking, you can see some men amongst this. Well, this senior and under 20 women's race incorporates the men's Masters 60 competition as well. And away they go. Away from the lake here on Billy Neill MBE Country Park. They head away from it and they are on the longer red lap. They start to work their way up and away from the start. A few nice inclines and sprints. Izzy Fry of Great Britain near the front, along with Vubris Kassi of Ethiopia. Hundreds of athletes on this course. Some really challenging climbs. And great to see athletes of all ages taking part in this event over 6,000 metres. 3 laps, around about 2,000 metres a lap, and it is an absolute slog at that first stretch, but it does flatten out as they go alongside one of the fabulous football pitches we have here. This country park, named after the great Billy Neill MBE, is a soccer centre of excellence on these grounds. Well, the athletes do a horseshoe around this pitch before heading out beyond the trees. And as they do now, away they go across the path and up and out. Already stretched out. We've got a few athletes towards the front, just pulling away from the rest of the field. Izzy Fry was there, as was Cassie of Ethiopia. Well, here's our leading group, 4 athletes at the front. Another strong incline there as well. It's such a great course, this. Absolutely love it. I know the athletes do too. The real cross-country that athletes know and love. Well, this sharp 90-degree turn to the right, the furthest point away from the start on the course. It's a long way. And around about halfway. Well, our 4 athletes there, you can see in the black and yellow strip, it's Izzy Fry of Great Britain. 1, 1, 2, 3, the home favourite for this Dublin City Harriers, Jodie McCann, and we have 2 Ethiopian athletes in there. We've got Medina Commander and Malknat Sheru. So those 4 athletes at the front right now. McCann, Commander, Sheru and Fry taking things out as they come around the south side of the lake. Solid pace early on. The chasing group packing in nicely. Come towards the end of this red lap, they head through the familiar chicane with the tight turns. Fry leading this one out, closely followed by our 2 Ethiopian athletes, Commander and Sheru. They're coming towards the end of their first of 3 laps on this course. We'll head back round now just to see the starting pens. Jodie McCann gone nicely with this leading group. Now just getting in at the front. Medina Commander, her compatriot Sheru in second. Fry, who did all the work on that first lap, now tucking in to third. Jodie McCann gone with the pace nicely in this opening 2,000 metres or so. This is a tough section, isn't it? Probably only 30 metres or so, but it is a real sprinter's hill. Like pulling a heavy sled behind you, which is not what you want midway through a cross-country race. And Gilliland, one of the chasers, in around about 5th at the moment. Just see Jody McCann in the middle along the back stretch of that football pitch, just dropped off that leading pack, as has Izzy Fry. It's the two Ethiopians at the front. Fry, who did all that work on the first lap, setting the pace nice and hard. Well, Masters men, part of this race as well. Commander and Sharu now on that incline. Tough old stretch. Izzy Fry trying to stay within sight line of those two. And Jody McCann doing the same to Izzy Fry. She has 4 chasing athletes behind her, which does include Hannah Gilliland. Well, our leader's some way away at the moment, at the furthest part of the course, almost midway round at the moment. We'll see if they can keep on this pace towards the second half of the race. Well done to that young man cheering these athletes on. It's great to see the support. Love that encouragement. As did, I think, was that Gemma Blake, who was smiling as she saw him clapping, the Orange Grove AC athlete. What a venue, just a beautiful, beautiful course. The ground staff here and Athletics Northern Ireland has done a wonderful job preparing this. You can already see though just how churned up that section has become as they rejoin the shorter lap at this point. So this section of the course really has been churned up in a few places from the 6 races we've already had today. Izzy Fry doing well in 3rd. It's Commander at the front, Sharu in 2nd. Jody McCann going nicely here in the blue strip. Good rhythm as she passes the south side of the lake for the 2nd time. Well, last year, or earlier this year, on the last edition of this event, we had the great Kenyan Helen Obiri, who blew the field away over all 6,000 or so metres. This year, it's the Ethiopians who have opened up this field. Commander and Sharu moving nicely at the moment. Those challenging, short, uphill sections really just do burn the quads, burn the calves. They're moving so well at the moment, finding rhythm off each other, and that is so important in distance running. If you can build that rhythm and start to feel comfortable, it really helps. But cross country certainly makes finding the rhythm difficult. And all the twists, turns and uphill climbs, your cadence has to change, your effort has to change. Hello to those ladies with their thumbs up. Cheryl Alexander, I think, and Jenna Lavery, thanks for giving us your thumbs up. Good to see Izzy Fry just finding her way through. They have one lap left, as indicated by our marshals. Around about 14 minutes gone. The athletes keeping towards the edge of the track now. It's slightly drier, less churned up, a bit firmer underfoot. It's a great view of just how the far side of the course meanders down. These athletes coming past the south side of the lake for the second time. Well, here they come, Commander and Sharu. Izzy Fry digging deep up here as well, shortening that stride. Great effort from her on the climb. Just see working her way up to this point is Jodie McCann as well. McCann moving nicely, placing right in fourth at the moment. Great effort from these ladies on the steep climb. Bit of a change at the front. Well, Medina Commander is the World Junior 5,000 metre silver medalist. Sharu is the World Junior 5,000 metre bronze medalist. So we know these two young athletes have the calibre, they have the quality. It's great to have their international experience here in Northern Ireland.
Well done, girls, well done.
Well, the lead really beginning to stretch its way out. Coming to the end of this race now, final few minutes. Our two Ethiopian athletes, Sheru and Commander. Nothing to choose between them at the moment. Sheru in the orange strip at the front. Well, they're making their way now down past the south side of the lake. Izzy Fry, as you can just see, if you can pick her out, working her way between some of the athletes. She's starting to motor as she heads towards the end of this race for her. Well, here are our two athletes. Sheru just checking the watch, heading back between the chicane. Commander in the blue strip in second at the moment. Nothing to choose between them. It was Commander that got the silver at the World Junior Championships over the 5,000 metres. Can Sheru take the title here in Northern Ireland today? Tight right-hand turn. I'm sure the thighs are burning at this point. It is all about the finish. We'll have some athletes to make their way past as they come through these tight turns. And here they go. One more horseshoe of this football pitch and a left-hand turn up into the finishing stretch. It is Malknat Sheru leading in the orange. Medina Commander in second. You just see the pace increasing slightly here. There's the starting pens, which they entered just 20 minutes or so ago. Sheru still leading in the orange as she makes her way past some of the other competitors. Commander, has she got anything left? It is tight. There is nothing to choose between those two Ethiopians as the rain starts to fall once again. Nothing but a metre gap, shoulder to shoulder. Malknat Sheru, can she hold on? Commander swinging those arms, upping the speed. Look at this for a sprint finish. Ethiopia versus Ethiopia. Oh, it's tight, it's neck and neck. We may well go down to a photo finish for that. I don't think the people under the finishing arch could tell. We certainly couldn't with the head-on shot. Sheru in the orange strip. Commander in the blue. Who was it that took the win? Izzy Fry's certainly going to take the bronze medal as she heads up the finishing stretch. Away she goes. A great run from her after leading things off the first lap. But after three, nothing could be separating the two Ethiopians in this field. A great run from Izzy Fry. International class in cross country. She takes the bronze. And here comes Jodie McCann, the Dublin City Harrier. A great run from her. Went with the front three over that first lap. Had to do a lot of the work over the final two on her own, but she has looked very cool and very strong throughout and has finished a wonderful fourth here behind three great athletes. It was Nikita Burke of Letterkenny who came through for the fourth, but that is what cross country does to you. Jodie McCann, full of guts, and all the glory for fourth here at the Northern Ireland International today. What a performance. It hurts now, but that performance will live long in her memory, I'm sure. Just goes to show how hard these athletes work over 6,000 metres. Plenty of sprint finishes up the hill. What a tough way to finish it. Love that for a finish. Well, I think we're still waiting to see the presentation, which will give us the cue for who actually won it, because that was an incredibly tight finish. Great sprint finish there. I think one of our first men's Masters 60 competitors coming through at the finish. I mean, you can see how hard they work. They all come through the line at pace and immediately keel over or onto the haunches. It is a tough old event cross country. If you've never done it, it is tough. This is why these athletes are struggling up this hill. It's a steep old hill, that. Well done to the athletes still on the course. Well done to our super fan there with the blue jacket on. Not sure of his name, but that young man has done a wonderful job of clapping all of these athletes on every occasion over the last 25 or 26 minutes of this race. Great finish from all of these athletes, everyone working through the line. A few grimacing faces, I'm sure that'll turn to smiles. Well done. Andrew Howes there, coming through in the men's M60 category. Well, our next race is the under 16 girls. That's at 1:20 p.m, so around about 8 minutes time. We now move into 2 under 16 races and 2 under 18 races. I think we're still waiting to see the presentation of this senior women's race. We obviously had the under 20 women's as well. I mentioned it before, but well over 250 athletes across the 3 categories in this race: the senior women's, under 20 women's, and the M60 men's. What a sprint finish this is, digging deep. Big smile as well, well done. Well done to all our competitors here at the Northern Ireland International today. Everyone from medalists on the podium to those towards the back of the field. Big celebrations all round. Well done to you. Catherine Walls there of Willowfield Harriers, well done. Love that celebration.
Here for the recognition of the women's senior race on under 20 and over 60 lap positions here today. Our next week coming back after that will be the under 16 girls, followed by the under 16 girls.
Well, still plenty of athletes coming through the finish on the course here in the senior and under 20 women's race. The girls under 16 race due about now will be starting once this race is finished, so we'll continue to watch the athletes come through the course. We of course in this race had the men's Masters 60 taking part, so that's one of our competitors right in front of us here, and we will be bringing the coverage of the girls under 16s once this race has finished and all competitors are off the course. Well, the under 16 girls are now in the pens getting ready to go, as we still have some finishers to come in the senior and under 20 women's and men's 60 plus race. So the under 16 girls, just over 110 athletes entered for this. Medals on offer. They have 3,500 metres to run, which is one short lap and then one long lap. So they'll be doing a full perimeter lap of the lake and then one red lap, which is all the way out to the furthest point on our course today. Marshall's in the high vis, as you can see, just giving the few final instructions. The athletes in their pens based on clubs, so all the clubs get penned in together. And away they go. All 110 or so of them out onto the course now. Good timing. We had to be patient to wait for them to go, as we'd still got athletes on the course from the previous race. We didn't want athletes turning left to go up into the finishing straight whilst they had 100 or so athletes tearing after them. It would have been a bit of a disaster from a safety perspective, and already we've got one or two athletes looking to take this race out hard, and very hard indeed. They will continue up this stretch, up this incline. It's a steady old incline, but certainly when they get to the top they feel the burn. Once they get to the top of this, they turn right to follow the lake around. This along the north side of the lake, the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. When they get to this corner, you can see up here it's just a nice drop down as they meander back round the lake. A good stretch of athletes here. Right, Ava Diver there, 7.26, near the front at the moment, leading the field. Great to see so many clubs and counties represented. I'm sure there's some experienced athletes here, even at this under 16 level, and others that are fairly new to the sport. It is great to see so many young women taking part here today. Well, they're coming towards the end of their opening short lap. Ava Diver amongst it. Well, this is the chicane section of the course, as they have a couple of twist turns and a small incline in there as well. Well, we're just in the top right hand corner having a look at the presentation from the senior women's. That is Izzy Fry getting the bronze medal. Two Ethiopian athletes who look happy now that they're wrapped up. It was such a close finish. We're still not quite sure, certainly the information hasn't been passed to me yet, as to who got the gold and who got the silver, but we do know the medals went to Medina Commander Edmalgnat Sharu. Well, the leader in our under-16 women's race is Emyr McKee from Willowfield Harriers, and if you remember this point on the opening lap, she was already 10 metres ahead of the rest of the field, and you can just see she is at the bottom of the picture above our green ribbon along the bottom, and everybody else is, well, they must be 50 or 60 metres back. This, the presentation for the under-20 women's race, which was run in conjunction with the senior women's. And in the middle, taking the gold medal, is Amy Green of Finn Valley. Well done to those three athletes, great performances from them. Just huge running at the moment from Emyr McKee in this under-16 girls race. She is a good distance ahead of everybody else. This steep hill, this sprinters hill, digging deep, like running through treacle, going up something like that. This is their second lap. They're on the long lap now, 3,500 metres or so the distance for these under-16 girls. McKee now good 70 metres ahead of everyone else. She's looking strong and controlled at the moment. She starts to head away to the furthest part on this course. Lots of chases in this under-16 girls race. McKee a good distance ahead. It's a tough old part of the course, this. They start the climb and it slowly rolls into another descent where they meet back up with the short lap. They meet back up with the south side of the lake. A couple of chasers as well. Looks like Willowfield Harriers in second and third as well. We haven't managed to spot the bib numbers here yet. Here is Emyr McKee looking strong. This is a superb run. It really is. Controlled, dominant. A look on her inside shoulder. She can't see anybody. She must know she's a long way in front. It's a great race all in from her competitors, but they could not match the early speed from Emyr McKee. She's heading up the ground like butter at the moment. Starting to stretch out in second place as well. We hope to see their numbers as they come past us in a moment.
That's the one in the front. He's around clear. He's into the next corner. As he comes on to the section.
We've got Freya Woodhead there from Lagan Valley. She's in third and Grace Bennett in second. So we know our three leaders at the moment, but who will get the three medals? We're almost certain that Emma McKee will take the gold medal here. It's a wonderful performance from her coming towards the end of her race as she goes through the chicane. You can see the athletes chasing her at the moment. It really is a great course. You can just see a bit of a breeze, can't you? The water in that lake, the reeds, the red and white tape on the barriers around the course just being blown in one direction. It's a really great day for racing. And McKee digging deep now, trying to keep the pace. It is so hard at this point when you've run so hard from the start. 3,500 metres, almost been running for 11 minutes. It's a gutsy run, but it is a run worthy of a gold medal. Whilst this of course is the Northern Ireland International, it also incorporates the Northern Ireland and Ulster Age Group Championships, Bobby Ray Cross Country, and is a World Athletics Silver Tour meeting. It's a quality competition on a wonderful course, and Emma McKee has made the very, very best of it today. One last turn and uphill sprint, and she will be through the finishing arch. Here she comes, Emma McKee, back towards the finish. A wonderful performance from her, one I'm sure she'll remember for a long time, one she will be absolutely proud of. Well done to the young Willowfield Harrier. The battle still on for the medals though. It's Grace Bennett of Lagan Valley in second. We might be in for a sprint finish for the bronze. It's Olivia Morgan coming through for the bronze. Is she going to get there in the silver? This could be fourth to second in just a big sprint finish, and it is Olivia Morgan that takes it. Grace Bennett gets the bronze. Well, what a finish that was. The silver and bronze medal changing hands between all three of those Lagan Valley athletes, but it is Olivia Morgan that takes the silver. Grace Bennett with a strong bronze medal. Fantastic running from these young athletes. It's a tough old finish up that slope. Well, these athletes will be certainly happy it's managed to stay dry so far this afternoon. Umbrellas are down. It does look a bit chilly, but it is a great course here. Well, let's update you with what we have to come for this afternoon. 4 races left to come. It's the boys under 16 race next. Same distance, same course, 3,500 metres. That goes in just less than 10 minutes time at 1:45 p.m. I think we're going to be back on schedule. Our final race of the day starts at 3:20 p.m. It's the senior and under 20 men's Northern Ireland International race. Another sprint finish.
Okay, where's Andrew?
Well, these the races to come. The under 16 boys starting in just a couple of minutes' time. The presentation then from the under 16 girls, picking up the bronze medal with a great run. She looks very happy about it. Look at that smile. Grace Bennett from Lagan Valley. Well done to her, picking up the bronze today. Her clubmate, who came through with that wonderful sprint finish, Olivia Morgan. Tremendous running. And then the gold medalist, gun to tape quite literally, from Willowfield Harriers, Emma McKee. A fantastic run from her, and well done to all three athletes. Wonderful performance.
If you lost a phone, do you find a phone, mobile phone? If you lost your mobile phone today, please come and see the staff in the ribbon. You'll find a mobile phone. With a purple case, so if you lost your mobile phone, please like this. So we move to the under 16 boys. After one of the state races today, under 16 girls. Good battle there from the two top teams from Lagavani and Warfield.
Well, we're now ready to go for the under 16 boys race. 3,500 metres, one short lap, one long lap. Suspect we'll be around about 10 minutes or so on this. So we've got one short lap, one long lap. A strong start out of the traps and out of the pens and up this hill. Somebody's just dodging one of the barriers on the edge. Plenty of athletes in this lineup, again over 110. Plenty of counties and clubs represented. So they start with the short lap, so they'll be doing a full lap of the lake, a nice chicane. And it looks as if the sun might just be coming out, which is good to see. Plenty of coats and jackets and winter gear on. This competition held once this year, the Northern Ireland International, back in January. Back end of the winter season. It's one of the first cross-country races on the winter calendar for 2022-2023. Great to be back here. Well, at the front from Londonderry, Christoph Sokol with the glasses already at the front, taking the pace out hard.
Front to the road clear, 6 metres from the rest of the field. It is just going to be held, just too fast in the start. The male field is starting to close down already.
Course still in good condition despite already seeing a good number of 8 races on this course. Looks like we've got Colin McFadden.
Into the second good line, he's picking us up with the lower up. All Ireland, minor boy still jumping, he's in with the injured. He's starting to make the upper 9. Get into that second group. Crystal Shuffle from the Ulster. Really pushing this Crystal. Along with Theo McBride. There's McFadden. McFadden from Cranford, Shuffle from the Ulster. Let's get going to work it on.
144.
Make Baden just stay in center. We have Kilo on and tied up his head already this year. He's starting to push the pace on. But this group's working back to the line. And as the second group on the hill for the first time, they found going moving back. The insurance is really going to fall in this second lap, but due to the first lap being so fast, this second group's working back to them. They're starting to push up the hill, big fan lead. He takes the 10 metres.
4 athletes at the front as they come round for the start of their long lap. Keelan McFadden in there. Christoph Sokol went to the front early on. Sokol still in second at the moment. This one of the most challenging parts of the course, a really steep sprint up a short hill. Keelan McFadden in front as it stands. Tom Fleming in that chasing pack of 4 around that bronze medal position at the moment. Just see them on the right hand side of picture. McFadden has a convincing 50-metre lead at this point. Still plenty of racing to do. 3,500 metres or thereabouts the course for these under 16 boys. Just over 110 competitors in the lineup for this one. Certainly entered as well. Judging up this steep section, it's tough to get going. Great shot, just goes to show what a mammoth climb it is. McFadden in front, Sokol in second. Fleming and others chasing at the moment. Moving nicely as they start to work their way back down towards the lake. McFadden at the front. In touching distance of the lake now. Surely the win wrapped up for Keelan McFadden. Here he comes. In the white and red strip of Donegal. A look over his inside shoulder just to check where the chasers are, and he looks pretty composed at the moment, nice and controlled. Great rhythm, great running style. Just keeping an eye on the ground underneath him. It's so easy to lose your footing in cross country. got Mark Galvin and Tom Fleming in second and third at the moment. Christoph Sokol, who started so fast, is still there or thereabouts at the moment, chasing hard. A couple of these athletes just gearing up for a strong finish. Along the south side of the lake, this gives a great view of the stretch they focus on as they head back towards the finish. This tight corner at the bottom of the picture, just the furthest point away from the start and the finish. And McFadden looks easy at the front, doesn't he? Cantering home at this point, coming through the chicane. Good support along the course as well. You can just see the high point all the way over the other side of the lake as well. McFadden about to come past the starting pens. The Cranford AC man has done the business here at the Northern Ireland and Ulster Age Group Championships. Now he can start to smile, now he can start to relax. The battle is on for second and third, but it's going to be Caelan McFadden who has stretched this field to victory here at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. He's looked cool, he's looked relaxed, he's looked strong throughout. Nobody can touch him, and it is Caelan McFadden who is your champion for 2022. The battle is on for second and third. It's going to be Tom Fleming that comes through for silver with a big sprint finish. He looks happy about that. Mark Galvin getting the bronze, a good run from him too. It's Harry McKenzie who managed to get fourth in the end, and Christoph Sokol, who had such a strong start, just fading back towards the top 10. But a great run indeed, great commitment from all these athletes. Look at that sprint and a sidestep at the end just to get round our medal presenters.
Keep walking down this way for us, boys, please. Well done, boys. Keep walking down this way for us. Keep walking this way for us. Well done, boys. Keep walking this way for us. You just run, but it's just so you don't get run.
Well, this is the big turn up the slope into this finishing straight. Under the finishing arch, it's a tough old turn at the end of 3,500 metres. Well, we've got 3 races to come. Next up, the under 18 girls, that's over 4,000 metres. They'll be doing 2 big laps of the course. After that, it's the under 18 boys, 5,000 metres. They do 1 short and 2 long laps. And then we conclude things at 3:20 p.m. with the under 20 and senior men's. They race over 8,000 metres, 4 red laps. Bit of a change to the course this year in comparison to what we had last year, but it is a great change indeed. Nice challenge. As we see one of our athletes just taking the wrong direction despite marshals being in place. When you get so tired, it sometimes becomes a bit difficult to think. The presentation then for our medalists for the under-16 boys. Mark Galvin with the bronze medal, Tom Fleming here with the silver medal, looks happy about that. And our gold medalist with a wonderful performance, a dominant run really, from Cranford AC, Caelan McFadden. Those are your podium finishers in the under-16 boys race. Well, we've got about 15 minutes until the under-18 girls race gets underway, so we'll be bringing you coverage of that very shortly. Do stay with us, we've still got 3 great races to come today from the Northern Ireland International.
So we move to the under-18. Under-18 girls race. The under 18 girls race, a fantastic thing in this race. All Ireland under 17 champion, Lucy Foster, of the All Ireland Intermediate Ulster from the champion as well. And there's just some challenge right here at Neill. Last champion as well in the under 17 race. So strong figures going on for a picture. Lucy Foster for the fastest time under 19 this year for the 1500 metres. Neill from Hughes from Flores. Anna Gardner, Echo Ireland, silver medalist. In the under 15 girls championship in Stanley 2019. Lucy Keating from North Ireland. Eddie Thornton from Waterloo Hall as well. So those will be a very strong team here on the trail. 65 minutes in the first year. 6 teams in this race from Bally and Lambton, City of Derry, Cranford, Ulster and Lagan Valley, North Ireland and Waterfield.
But sturdy, really sturdy as well on the ground. It's really kind of solid.
Here for the under 18 girls. On a 2:15, 4K race. Two on the right lap. On the 3-course corner. Of course, touching today by this one in Castle City Council. That will be one of the best cross-country courses all year round. This cross-country course here, 100 feet. Starting call the under 18 girls to the start line. Make their way to the starting gate. Starting team will finish your athletes in the the hands in order of club. We'll continue with our next race, the Northern Ireland Ulster Uneven Youth Championships at Fingal Donegal on the 5th of November. And that's our other Northern Ireland athletics, the exclusive All-Ireland event for All Ireland. And then that will be followed by the All-Ireland Youth Group Cross Country Championship this year in Donegal in Water, Canada on the 20th of November. If you've enjoyed today's event and you want to enter the All-Out or the Northern Ireland Uneven Youth Championships in Fingal, this is the last weekend for entries on our Northern Ireland Athletics website. Looking this is for under 11, under 19, and also junior. Also the All-Ireland under 20 men's and women's races this year will be the qualifiers for the European teams for the European Cup country in Berlin in Italy this year. So if you're in age group, we'll be three different Irish teams for the European Cup country competition in Berlin this year. Those are represented in all Ireland under 20 men and women's races. That will be the first three in each race, plus those selected by the selectors. Good spread of winners taken. The different clubs around Northern Ireland. Donegal, Monaghan, and Cavan. As we move on to the under 18 girls this year today. Very strong team here from Murphy Harriers. Also mentioned this here, Anna Bell Martin from Enniskillen. All-Ireland 3,000 metre champion. One of the year up here today, but she will be in the next year today. This is Forces, so this is a strong field here. Over 4K and 2 laps of the long course.
Well, we're almost about to get underway with one of our final races of the day. It's the under 18 girls race, 4,000 metres. We have 2 long laps, 2 of the big red laps. If you've seen the course, then you'll know it's the long laps. And yeah, great course this is indeed. Very challenging, technical. Some nice inclines. And these athletes just getting underway in a couple of minutes' time. We have just over 50 athletes contesting this race in the under 18 girls. Great to see so many out here on a Saturday afternoon. A bit warmer, a bit drier than it was this morning, but obviously the 1,000 athletes or so that have gone over the course already this morning means that it is just churned up like butter, and it's only going to get worse, and that does make it more of a challenge. The longer laps which these athletes will be running over today, some of the areas further away from the start line, which obviously have been used a little bit less in some of the younger age groups earlier on this morning, means that those areas of track will be a bit firmer underfoot, but it looks good. It's a nice flat sprinters start, and we earlier on, I think it might have been the under 14 boys race, we saw a bit of a trip, didn't we? It was well, it was like dominoes. Everybody was falling over 50 metres into the start. Got to keep your wits about you. This is why we have the pens, just to try and break the athletes up a little bit. Makes it a bit of a more even start and filters the athletes out of the tunnel. Right then, here we go with the under 18 girls race. Out of the pen and away they go.
On their way here from the under 18 girls race, and straight to the front, Anna Gardner.
It's a nice start.
Won the 15 silver medals for the All-Ireland Championships. Right at the front there for Annabelle Morrison.
And straight into the long lap.
3,000 metre All-Ireland champion. Along with Brittany Forster and Bertie Forster.
50 odd athletes in the lineup then. Up here, and it's a left turn. The start from both the short and long laps is the same, but they turn left up here. Guided by our luminescent marshal. Oh, we've had a trip just on the path there, that's a shame. Onto the tarmac footpath, which loops around the course here. On the bottom of your screen are the athletes entered in for this race. As they start to come up this steep hill between a couple of the pitches, it really is a vertical climb. Good aggression, good technique up the hill. And we see the elevation gain they've got from the start way in the background.
Annabelle Morrison, the fastest time of anybody in this field, over 3,000 meters to live.
Beautiful colours of the trees, isn't it? Love autumn. Had a relatively warm October so far. Temperature's certainly going to drop soon.
Intermediate cross-country champion, won that by some 200 metres.
Got a leading group of 7 athletes packing in together, which is good. Still early days in this race. Another tough incline as they head to the furthest part of the course. Nice long stretched out segment though. Well, this corner, tight corner, but when they come round the bend, they will head back towards the start, the furthest part of the course, away from the start. You can just see a bit of blue sky, which is nice. Sun's starting to shine down on these young athletes, getting a taste of the cross-country action here at the Northern Ireland International.
And the under 15 she'll be there as well. That is our debut race back. Also, Finn Valley. Team McCarroll from Finn Valley, first in the World Mountain Running Championships. He should be strong in the field section as well. So the big five should be in the front here.
Well, here they are, our leading 7, getting a bit of separation at this point. Anna Gardner is there from East Down AC. Athletes just trying to make their way around the mud patch. Lucy Foster there as well for Willowfield Harriers. Annabelle Morrison as well. So 3 of those athletes looking strong at the moment. They're all in there, all in the mix. Oh, we've got a bit of a problem with our finishing arch. I think the inflatable system has maybe just been unplugged. Of course, already stretching out the field here, which is good. Billy Neill MBE Country Park looking great with a bit of sun kissed all over it. Gardner then at the front, just opening up a short lead.
Marcy here. The Hamilton is away clear. So the rest of the free shooting. Lucy Foster starts to see it now. Annabelle Martin, good see Foster. He's over the speed at the end.
Foster in a good place in second at the moment as they come round towards the end of this first lap. Gardner looking strong, the East Down AC athlete. Such a strong club. And Gardner looking a very strong cross-country runner already on this opening lap. One lap to go, says our marshal. Directs them forward and onto the course. Lucy Foster moving well. That's more like it. Bit of life back in our finishing arch. Don't see that every day, do you? Behind the scenes here at the Northern Ireland International. The gap around 20 metres at the moment between Foster and Gardner. It's a really, really tough hill to climb. It's digging deep, and Foster as well done really, really well to close that gap. Almost back level pegging with Gardner. Battle on for third. They're just starting to stretch out as they come round the first half of this second lap. Hannah Wade just going past your picture there.
Stay up, Nelson. There's the time to work. Stay up with
Neve Campbell there, going strongly at the moment.
She has the speed in the end. Now she got the endurance. Looking back to see the top speed over there. I'll be on the second time of the hill. Looking back there, fantastic hill back distance.
Well, Gardner has just managed to stretch that lead back out after that pressure from Lucy Foster. Foster doing really well just to keep in touching distance, keep in visual line of sight. It makes such a difference if you can see the person you're chasing just in your mind's eye. Makes it so much more achievable. Right onto these athletes digging deep up there. Chloe Werner there. Shannon Clawson. Hannah Skilling, Runners Club, starting her second lap. Well, they do this horseshoe around the football pitch before heading back out beyond the trees and on the outskirts of Billy Neill MBE Country Park. You can see here is where they head out and up, and these the two athletes at the front, Gardner and Foster. Foster just in second in the blue and white hoops of Willowfield Harriers. There is our third placer, looking strong at the moment. It's great scenes. You can see in that field just how much rain we've had this week. It's a few boggy patches. Gardner leading, Foster in second. Nice part of the course to get a bit of speed up as it comes downhill. Do need to be careful though with the ground so broken up. Need to be careful where you plant your feet, even with those 12mm cross-country spikes. Gardner looking good, Foster in touching distance. Annabelle Morrison is there in third. What can she do over the final few hundred metres? There's plenty of life left in this race. Amir McCarroll as well in fourth.
Close the gap on this Ulster. I think clear, away and clear. I think the first place comes in Valley and you're back in the World Medal Championships.
Well, Gardner looking really strong here, the East Down athlete. She's almost controlled this race straight from the gun. Foster looked good early on and she closed the gap just after the end of the first lap, but has not quite managed to keep in touching distance with Anna Gardner. Now Annabelle Morrison, the Enniskillen Runners Club athlete, she sits in third at the moment in that green vest. Can she close the gap over the final 200 metres? But Gardner has looked sublime here. This is the bit of the course they really like. Another horseshoe loop around the football pitch where they start the race. It's flat, it's firm underfoot, and a really great opportunity just to open your legs. Past the starting pens comes Anna Gardner. Looks focused, looks controlled. Foster, a look over her shoulder and digs deep. She knows she's going to be under some pressure from Annabelle Morrison. It's these three athletes, it's gold, silver, bronze. A left turn up the hill for Anna Gardner then. Digging deep, trudging through the mud. And here she comes into the finishing stretch with the newly re-inflated finishing arch in her vision. Stretching the legs down the straight under the applause of the supporters and a smile as she comes through the finishing tape. It is gold for Anna Gardner in the under-18 competition. Lucy Foster gets the silver, and here is Annabelle Morrison with the bronze. A well-timed performance and race from her. And coming through for fourth, Emir McCarroll of Finn Valley, picking up her finisher's medal. This is Kirsty Charlotte Foster. Digging deep here. It'll be a fifth place finish for her. Two in the top five for the Foster sisters and for Willowfield Harriers. Great performance from them. Well done to Kirsty. Elsa Moore there for sixth. Some great sprint finishes through the line. That's what we like to see. Another big sprint finish. A massive thank you to our medal presenters who have done a wonderful job of ensuring all finishers get their medals at the end of their races. The athletes cross the line and it's, well, sometimes relief, a whole lot of pain for sure. And they aren't always thinking about picking up their finishers' medals, they just want to collapse in a heap, as we have already seen today many times. But our marshals, our medal presenters, doing a wonderful job of ensuring all athletes get something for their efforts today. The finishing arch looks wonderful now, doesn't it? Final few athletes to come through. Let's have a bit of a look ahead to what's to come. Two more races to come. It is the under-18 boys up next in about 8 minutes time. This, the presentation for the under-18 girls though, Annabelle Morrison there picking up the bronze. The silver for the Northern Ireland International for 2022 in the under-18 girls goes to Lucy Foster, and the champion for winter 2022 goes to Eastdown AC's Anna Gardner. Well done to those three athletes on the podium, and all of our finishes here, still a few to come through. And the sun really shining now. Podium finishers just getting a few photos, which is great to see. As I say, next up the under-18 boys, 5,000 metres, starting in around about 6 minutes time, and then at 20 past 3, less than an hour, 45 minutes, we have the senior and under-20 men's race, 8,000 metres, 4 laps, which will be a wonderful conclusion to our day. That's the timetable, the schedule for the rest of the day.
Champion on the track as well, really well here today. So 33 leader of high class runners. Nice off to the fast looking, the top performance. Last weekend in Dublin at the Spar Water Series. Over the 6K distance. Strong 3-3 today from Anna-Lee, Deep Point, City of Derry, Warsaw, Lagan Valley, St. Dylan, on the mountain walk here today. Really kind of the rankings here on the park run. He'll be strong here as well today. And I'm turning to the cross country for traditional course today, Jack McCaulton. Opening the track today in the 2022 cross country season. This will be a strong field. Thompson, the Crosby. Sheila Bronson. Also strong, he plays from Mother Phoenix, Dan Warren, and Tom Buckley, Old Snacks, Golden Silver. And then the 15. So we'll have to keep the champions in the Greenway, the 2018, so they'll be strong here today as well. Also between CFOs, here's the game from Marty, going to go to North Belfast. On now, Hannah Tony, Blacklock, Hannah Skilling. Very good thinking here from Ryan Gallagher. They're going to give this team playing from the City of Gallagher. Well, they're going to be well today. A big battle here between these big three. So I'm going to come and think as well. They have a trophy as well. And that was as well as strong property. And then there. One short lap up it and then 2 right lap over the first section. Really seeking out the way on their way to go.
Leave Joe alone. He could have my hand.
And again, the black car team is on for the black car. The experts from the front is taking the lead early. This time comes in showing the lead from last year. He's in third man this year.
Off we go then with our final under 18 race, our penultimate race of the day. It's the under 18 boys. They're doing 5,000 metres. It's one short lap and 2 long laps. '65 athletes entered for this. We'll start with the short lap. We'll keep an eye out for the early leaders of this race. You see the hordes of athletes coming downhill back towards the lake as they loop around it.
Dan Warnick from 1 and 3, the lead of front 6. Now they think the big section for the first time. This is the fast pace, the 3:39.
Well, these athletes looking to come away with a podium finish today. Stayed dry for them this afternoon. Well, they're coming towards the end of this short lap, chicaning their way through the finish. Well, this is the challenging bit towards the end of the opening lap. You see this football pitch on the screen now is the main warm-up area, also spectator area for where the athletes start out of the pens and they're coming back around the pens about now.
Coming through, Ben Atkinson. He's run take your way clear. He's got the lead on this way.
Well, that's the finish of the short lap and start of the first of 2 long laps. We have a leading group of 7 as we did in the under-18 women's race. Single file as they got up the hill.
I'll be running those tractions for the first time. They'll turn left and up over the hill. Once he looks down, he's got to take the lead. He's got to take the way down. I'll see the balls in a second. Ball is moving behind. And back to Carlton. Carlton behind.
First glance of perhaps a couple of our leading athletes here. Great to see the effort on this first ascent of the steepest hill on the course. Some good encouragement as well from family or coaches, friends, team managers.
Come on, 4th scorer, we need you up there.
Around the shoehorn of the pitch. Leading 2 athletes have opened up a decent 20-metre gap.
Go Lagan Valley, come on the 2 of you, work it.
As they start to head around the outside edge of the course and the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. Strong running early on. They've done a short lap. The first of 2 long laps. Our penultimate race of the day. The under-18 boys, Northern Ireland International. A beautiful view of the climb at the back of the course. 2 athletes towards the front, leading things out. Chasing pack of 3 sitting around that bronze medal position at the moment. Nicely firm underfoot around this part of the course. The masses start to come through into shot. It's a strong pace throughout. You can just see how fast some of these young lads are running.
The front are well clear of the rest of the field. As he runs down the hill for the first time. Runs the road in North Distance on the sidewalk section. Thompson through the air.
Seamus Robinson at the front leading things at the moment. Kyle Thompson sitting in second, so these are leading two. Finn Diver is in there. Jack McCausland, Jacob Crawford. It just goes to show the long meandering stretch as they go from this far corner all the way back to the start, back past the lake. But out in front, it's Seamus Robinson being tailed by Kyle Thompson. Spartans man coming towards the end of his second lap. Lots of spectators still around the course. I'm sure they'll be hanging about to see a senior men and under 20 men's race. Nice scurry up that slope. Seamus Robinson going well. Well, we've seen 10 races. This is our 11th. We have one more to come after. A long day of cross country, but what a way to really get the early part of the cross country season underway. I'm sure these young athletes have got lots of schools cross country to come. I'm sure many of them will be back here throughout the season. But how good does Seamus Robinson look right now? Looks very, very calm. Kyle Thompson in second, just in the strip of Lockview AC. It's easy to forget the course was a bright green a couple of hours ago. Cross-country courses always take a battering. But on the final lap, Seamus Robinson leading things. Gets his sprint on up this hill. Tough old climb. Really have to dig deep at this point. Kyle Thompson is keeping in vision, trying to lock eyes on Seamus Robinson. Just needs to try and stay close enough if he's got any energy to make a sprint finish over the final few hundred metres. It's about 50 metres, half a football pitch. Great indicator this shot just to see how far Robinson is ahead of Thompson at this point. And then, well, we think at the moment in third it's Finn Diver, another 60 or 70 metres back behind Thompson. There's a good distance between these athletes at the moment. Robinson motoring. Well, this is a great display so far from Robinson. And the City of Derry AC Spartans put his foot down on this race very early on. And now with less than 1,000 metres to go really, he is in touching distance of the gold. Of course, this international meet also incorporating the Northern Ireland and Ulster even age group championships and the Bobby Ray cross-country meet. This is a big meet. It means a lot to a lot of people. And as it stands, Seamus Robinson is leading nicely. It's the man in third, Finn Diver at the moment in the green strip, trying to chase Kyle Thompson. Here's our leader, Robinson, almost back in line with the lake. Trying to keep these legs ticking over as he gains momentum and a bit of speed in the downhill section. Hard graft trudging through the mud. Where is Kyle Thompson? There he is. Still in a good position. Still going well. Well, Robinson has done such a fine job in this race. I'm sure he's got plenty of running in his legs to finish this one off, and plenty of running left this season. He's done a great job so far today, and just needs to finish off the job. Robinson looks full of running. I'm sure he's got plenty of wins to come this season. He'll have eyes on more wins, more cross-country success, and starts to put his foot down and just open up the legs, grimacing slightly now. Really begins to feel the burn. At this point, it's guts and glory. A look over the shoulder from Seamus Robinson just to check how much of a lead he has. He knows he's got this in the bag. It's a comfortable lead, and it is going to be a win for Seamus Robinson. Up the hill he goes. Plenty of cheering, plenty of support. He has dominated this race from the off. Over 5,000 metres. Seamus Robinson has done the business and is the Northern Ireland International Champion for 2022. Here comes the silver medalist to be, Kyle Thompson. Dug deep, tried to go with Robinson for as long as he could. Couldn't quite hold on in the end. But he has done a wonderful job and picked up a fantastic silver. How about this man? Grimacing, digging deep. It's Finn Diver. Has worked so hard. A lot of the race isolated not had much support, just keeping an eye over his shoulder, and at this point he knows he can finally relax. And that is the bronze in the under-18 race for Finn Diver. Jack McCausland there in 4th, just outrunning Noah Kavanagh in the end. What a shot for the finish that is. A bit of confusion about who's going where. One of our marshals chasing after one of the athletes to send him the right way. Well, that doesn't happen very often. What wonderful marshals we have here at the Northern Ireland International. Some fantastic people doing a great job today. Well, I think he's done one lap too short, perhaps. Well done to our medal presenters as well. They've had a long old day. They must have given out so many medals. I think we've got about 1,500 people entered across the 12 races in all the age groups. 65 entered in this race. Well, we do have one more race to go, and it comes in about 20 minutes' time. That is the senior and under 20 men's. It's the big race. We've already had our other big race of the day in the senior and under 20 women's race. That gave us a real finish between our two Ethiopian athletes. I wonder if we'll have something similar in the men's competition. Well, we're going to have a look now at the medal presentation. For the under-18 boys. Well, here they go. Glad we're getting this on camera, it's always good to see. Finn Diver dug really deep, didn't he? Listen, Malachi's AC man, he gets the bronze medal. In the silver medal position, Kyle Thompson of Lockview AC, a great run from him. Great vest, never seen one quite like that before. And the man to take the gold for 2022 from the City of Derry AC Spartans, it's Seamus Robinson. Those your podium finishers for 2022. Still a few athletes to come over the line. Well, so just less than 20 minutes time then we have the senior men's and under 20 race. It's over 8,000 metres, 4 long laps. It's our final race of the day of what's been a wonderful competition here. We've got 274 athletes entered. A couple of international, Kenyan, Ethiopian. Going to line up for us here. The lineup for that race, all 274 NTs lining up along your screen now. And we'll be bringing you full coverage of our final race of the day. just less than 20 minutes time. We'll see you then.
Cheers, Matt. Here, thank you. Cheers, Papa.
Walk through the final for the day, you see a man there, go into your, you know about it, you get to on the 20 man thing there. From the club heavy shooter and the international team goes out. What the next is number 20 Street is European training. And I will be strong here in number 22. From the Luke Kelly, Calamore, Matthew Kelly, current All-Ireland champion, and he's going to do 7 months practice here from Frankfurt. Now Morgan running here at the World Under 20 Championships in Colombia. Also for the next race. The Ulster European track champion and the Northern Ireland 9K World champion. Tom Robinson, also a video on the 20th race from Glasgow. That is the European World Racing Championship too, he stands up. Let's go here, strong thing here. Just a reminder to you if you're thinking of running to the Northern Ireland Uneven Championships here in Donegal in 2 weeks' time. This is the last weekend to enter if you're interested in the championship. That's under 11 and under 19. And also our boys and girls race here. Open playing to the men's race. So this European victory from Kenya. And this is Ayana from Ethiopia who's going to take place. For this video, Ayana from Ethiopia finished second in the half marathon race. I think their victory in the 10 round over today. You can see a 13:49 over 5K. We're going to be doing the African Championship. So they're going to be stronger in this way. We'll have our Northern Ireland team. Like one of the name and off as well. So all our teams are club teams at this point here for the Northern Ireland Cross Country League. This is the second race, the National Cup. And all my country to go with race number 1. So today is the second race. We'll follow that by the Holland team over Molly there in a couple of weeks. And then the Mountain Cup over Molly there as well. And then we'll have the Northwest Cross Country in the city of Derry in December. We'll have the Mountain Cup. So lots of company risks to look forward to over the season. Final race today is kicking off at 3:20. Over 8,000 metres before that on the log look. We're just over 10 minutes to go to start the last race. We have our international mobile men's team. The standard 30 is the model of Fridays. The winner this year of Rabbit Local Half Marathon. One mile speed race this year. 4 events this year. Top three in the Rabbit 10 points. Really strong as well. Maybe Lincoln, Northern Ireland, Stafford, Newcastle, and Senior Hunting across country roads. Massive leading in the Bank of 10 points is brilliant form. That's going to be a open side 20.38. We are Northern Ireland team today. Strong team to break Annabelle Schreiner, Newcastle, Wellington Highland, Armagh, City of Derry, North Ireland. Back to our next step for the larger Irish Cumber Cup. That's celebration of the second series. That's here in the second month of November. We have the walking Cumber Cup. And we show on our website and our pictures. That's a bit of race run by Larger Irish, a little club, Cumber. So what you guys are taking part in today in all of them are from under 10 to seniors, so it's a traffic show here from all the countries here in the Northern Ireland and Ulster area. This is a good way of learning from all of the clubs. By the clubs here, so the traffic flower really good in some races, way up in the seniors. Just under 10 minutes in front of our final race today. The Bully Ray International Cross Country here at Birmingham Campfield. This is our last tonight and Whistler and Castaway District Council. Just for the Castaway City Council, the night of the traffic cross country course in the field all year round. The traffic course here is good anyway in all Ireland.
I just got one.
Going to make our way back to the start line for the final senior men's cross country on the 20 men's race. This is the first day for the senior men's cross country. Each of the way from the start area. Starting off the line, we're going to go 3/4 of the cross.
Okay, that's enough about the fucking road. We just got.
Well, we are back and almost ready to go with our final race of the day. It's the Northern Ireland International Senior and Under 20 men's race. Over 250 athletes entered into this, including Ethiopia's Gizalo Ayana and Kenya's Ishmael Kipkurui. We'll come to those two a little bit later on. We assume they are here and ready to roll. And off they go. Well, nice and steady at the front then. It's 4 long laps, 8,000 metres in total, each individual lap around 2,000 metres. So It's a nice steady climb up the hill. The ground is well and truly churned up by now, and a bit of a slip and trip. We saw that in one of the races earlier on. I think just a tight turn, and maybe the athletes getting caught up and tripping on some of the matting they can see there. It's the toughest, shortest climb. It's probably the steepest section of the whole course. It's an incline between two of the pitches here at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. Well, you already see the hundreds of athletes in this race just breaking up. Wonderful shot, just to show how many athletes are on the course right now. Well, we've already got a bit of a breakaway, and this can't quite work out who that is already. It's a strong start though. Get out of trouble, get to the front and open up an early lead. Well, two international competitors in this field. Gizalor Ayana of Ethiopia is the Cardiff Half Marathon silver medalist, alongside Kenya's Ishmael Kipkurui, the 2022 African Games 1500 metre silver medalist. So those two different ends of the spectrum in terms of distance, but high quality competitors here today. Already that distance up to about 50 metres. Two internationals just pulling them along. Gizalor Ayana at the Cardiff Half Marathon earlier this month, just outside 60 minutes and 17 seconds, which is a fantastic time. It's incredibly quick. How has that transferred to the cross-country season? We shall see. And it is Ayana of Ethiopia at the front already, looking strong, just being nice and controlled on these downhill sections. You have to be, don't you? And great to see so many competitors around the course staying along to support, and others to come and just watch the international standard competition we have here today. This gives a good indication of the speed and the distances they're going at. An eye on the watch of Ayana just to see how fast he's going. We've got Iskander Turkey there of Annandale Striders. Lots of clubs represented here today. Well, we're just looking along the south side of the lake as the athletes come towards the end of their first lap. Ayana at the front in the black strip, looking good. Just sitting in second is Iskander Turkey of the Annandale Striders and the Northern Ireland and Ulster team, which is here representing today. in that Northern Ireland Ulster team. Craig McGee and John McRae, Gary Crummy and Eskander Turkey there. You can see all 4 of those athletes competing for Northern Ireland and Ulster today in the top 8. Starting nicely. Very rhythmic and getting into a good controlled pace as they come to the end of the first lap. Already the pens getting dismantled by our wonderful marshals and volunteers here this weekend. Our 12th race of the day. The Northern Ireland International, incorporating the Northern Ireland and Ulster age group championships. 3 laps to go. Ayana on the climb once again, trying to find some firm ground to run on. Motoring at the moment. Good pack of 8 or 9 athletes for second. Well, at this point you wouldn't expect anyone to catch him, but there are almost 3 laps to go. Great sprint up that climb. Here come the chasers, all packed in together nicely. It is a slog up this stretch. You can see the start all the way in the background. You can see the Billy Neill MBE Soccer Centre of Excellence in the background as well. All the supporters come here today. It really is a fantastic venue, a beautiful part of the world, a beautiful part of the country. 1,500 people entered to compete here today over the 12 races. Over 270 in this race alone.
By far our biggest race here today, the senior men's cross country. As we start to see Wolffield and Annandale battle their side too across that pass for the team race. Annandale and Wolffield all running together, different strategies.
Well, there's our very hard-working drone
Taking the start of the second of 4 laps here.
doing the business today, capturing some wonderful scenic shots. And this is another, well, this section you can see here inclines, and then when they just get to that slight 30-degree turn where the chasing group are now, it starts to meander downhill. It starts to flatten out, and from that point all the way back to the lake is a good solid downhill section, so they can get up a bit of speed. It's a good section for overtaking. But the man in the black strip at the front, about to take a sharp 90-degree right turn, is Ayana of Ethiopia, who is leading this race and has led the race from pretty much the gun. Look at that blue sky as well. Clouds are certainly dissipated from this morning where it was drizzly and we had umbrellas all around us, but not now. It's good conditions. Bit of a breeze still, which is not too bad when you're running 8k of cross country.
Here he comes, Diana, back over the hill section, down the hill and to the lake. Going freely. And some leaves behind. Nick Riggs and Alexander Turkey, really putting this chasing group along. Down the 7 of this chasing group.
We just see the patches of brown mud where the runners have churned it up today. It's been fantastic 12 races, Lots of activity in the race at the moment, everybody getting stretched out. 270 odd competitors, but still getting stretched out amongst those on the course. I just wonder whether or not Gisela or Ayana will have to do some overtaking in the latter parts of the race. Like just giving something extra to think about as those lungs start to tire and those legs start to tighten up.
Gisela Ayana from Ethiopia. He's away and clear. Beautiful run style. Gary Cummings from Northern Ireland leads the standard Turkey and neck breaks. John Craig, Brittany Diggins.
Ayana looking good, can see as he goes through the chicanes at the end of his second lap who is chasing him, where they all are. Helpful to just give an indication of what distance you've already got over the rest of the field. Thank you to our spectators if you've been down here today. It's the athletes really do appreciate the support. Absolutely. Just look at the speed of him. Up and down the hills and across the muddy patches. It really is a superb showing so far from Gisela Ayana, but he is being chased. That chasing pack being led by Northern Ireland and Ulster's Eskander Turkey. Nice sportsmanship from Paul McGee of Ballydrain Harriers, just moving out the way. 2 laps to go for Ayana. Superb showing from him so far. David Turtle on your screen just then. Well, this is where it gets fun, isn't it? A tough old slog up those hills. Fair play to these athletes. Digging deep. And they're working as hard as they can, and they have a 60-minute half marathoner come flying past them. Well, this is the chasing group. They're close enough at the moment. There's a good number of them there as well, and they're over the halfway point. Seven of them in there. They're just working off each other, keeping that pace strong, keeping ticking over. Turkey has done a lot of the work at the front of that pack.
The lift off on the whole here, the team is on the Australia from North Belfast. And Wolf is really down to the seven. Really strong right here. These three are not left in the end. So the team goes here today.
Ayana then. Raced in Cardiff last week as part of the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, came fourth. Bit of a sprint finish against Great Britain's Emil Keres last weekend. So looking to pin his ears back and get to the front today. Not leaving it to chance with a sprint finish. These athletes just coming through for their end of their second lap. There goes Ayana, flying past some of the athletes at the back of the field. That chasing group just beginning to get stretched out at the moment. Oh, what a shot that is. Great view. Well, there's the chasers. Just keep an eye out for who we have here. Oh, Finn McNally, North Belfast Harriers, just in amongst it at the moment. That's looking good at the front for Ayana, coming towards the end of his third lap. Having to deal with some traffic. Now we come to the latter stages of this race. He looks so strong, doesn't he? So relaxed. Lovely running style as well. But it does add something to the race for all the athletes towards the front when they've got to chase past people and dip through the field. I don't know, just having a look to see where the chasers are, where the likes of Finn McNally and Turkey are. Well, past the pens once again for Gizalor Ayana. Keeping an eye on his watch, just trying to see what sort of pace he's on, because this is really a time trial for him now.
So Ayana, he's away here. He's running on the straight line. He just started his last lap. A minute 3 or 4. And he starts just starting on this last lap. The chasing track is starting at 3. Put the guys and rush off our powers. That's this race over. But the traffic is slowed over here. There's not to rush off our tires. Just running alongside this week with the standard 13. Trying to stay with this week. But they're trying this very well. And really pushing the pace up this road.
On his fourth and final lap, it's Gizalor Ayana of Ethiopia leading things here in the senior men's Northern Ireland International Cross Country. These, some of the athletes just coming past the south side of the lake, still looking strong. Ayana digging deep up the hill here, flies up it. Nicely done. Just notice some of the athletes now trying to move on to firmer ground away from the mud bath. The chasers though, amongst them Iskander Turkey and Finn McNally. Also got a number 705 there, which well, on our list is Ben Duffy. Ben Duffy is listed down as an under 14 boy, but I don't think that's true. Anyway, we've got Duffy and McNally alongside Iskander Turkey. competing today for Northern Ireland and Ulster. Those 3 athletes chasing for the silver and bronze medals at the moment on their final lap as well.
Really appreciate the team race here. 2 groups of 2 really working hard together. Appreciate
That's you.
Great on your 4 on the last lap.
That's it, John.
Next we see the Ayana. Dr. Ray one side of the hill.
What a shot of the course. There you can see just in the black strip towards the bottom of your picture, that is Ayana, our leader, sprinting away. About to come past your screen now. Around about 1,000 metres to go. On his final half lap or so of this 4-lap race. And will we see the chasers? Here they come. Duffy, Turkey, McNally, all in there. Well, those 3, I think at this point, just playing chess with each other. At what point will they go? It's probably too far at this point unless one of them's feeling really strong and really controlled. Nobody is going to catch Ayana at this point, but they could well lose out on a medal if they go too soon, too early. Ayana just going wide round this corner, avoiding the traffic, avoiding the mud bath, picking up the speed as he comes through this downhill segment. The cadence on the man, electrifying really. Trudging through the mud. It must be so interesting for some of these guys to see the pace at which he's going, because those guys there, they're going fast, they are going quick. But Gizilor Ayana is going something different. His speed is just electric really, and that's international class for you. Well, this is it. He's about to come past the end of the lake and enter into the chicane. Probably 300 metres or so to go. The chase is just outside of picture at the top of your screen. Ayana looking great. Raced in Cardiff over the British Athletics Cross Challenge last weekend. Raced the half marathon in Cardiff at the start of this month. Having a bit of a camp in Britain at the moment. Well, a bit of a breakaway in this chasing pack. Turkey is in 3rd, but it is Ben Duffy. We believe it's Ben Duffy for sure, 7:05 on his vest. He is in 2nd. He looks controlled. Great rhythm, great pace at this point. Ayana across the top of the pitch, past the back of the goal and where the pen was, where they started this race, and he's going to have to make his way through a number of athletes here as he keeps an eye on his watch. What pace has he been doing? It's been a time trial for him today here in Northern Ireland. The crowd loving it, geeing him on. It's great to see. Well, Ethiopia has come to Northern Ireland and has given them a great display of international cross-country running. Gizilor Ayana will take the title for 2022. He is your Northern Ireland international champion, coming through for 2nd with a big sprint finish. 7:05, Ben Duffy, what a run from him, and just holding on for 3rd for Northern Ireland and Ulster, Eskander Turkey, and McNally just being run out of the podium at the death, but a great run from him as well. Well, this is what we like, isn't it? Big sprint finish, but what a masterclass of cross-country running from Gizilor Ayana. Craig McMahon coming through there. Jason McMahon, part of the Northern Ireland and Ulster team. And John Craig coming through as well. Callum Morgan there as part of the under-20 race. I think he might have been the first under-20 athlete through the line. A great run from Morgan, part of the CNDR track club. Knows his way around the cross-country course as well. Still some athletes on the course coming round for their final lap or so. Matthew Lavery there of North Belfast Harriers. Looks like he might have just got a silver in the under-20 competition, so we will have two podium presentations for you very shortly. Peter Gracie there and Luke Kelly. Now they come with a flurry underneath the finishing arch, which well, it was re-inflated earlier on, midway through one of the races. Nice finish on the flat for these athletes. Big thumbs up from one of our marshals and athletes on the course there. Well, when you get to the senior age groups, they certainly keep a better eye on how many laps they've got to go, although it can sometimes become a bit of a difficulty to remember. When you're doing 4 laps of a long course and you're tired trudging through mud for 8k, it does become a bit of a challenge. Well done to these men trudging up the hill. These guys coming towards the end of their final lap. What a shot this is of our course. You can just see so much of it from this point. It is really a fantastic shot. Well, this is our presentation for the senior men's race here at the Northern Ireland International, getting their awards, and they will get their medals. Well, the bronze medalist, number 1572, going to Eskander Turkey. The silver to Ben Duffy, 705. And the gold going to Ethiopia's Gizilor Ayana. Well, it has been a wonderful day here at the Northern Ireland International. We've had so many great races, 12 in all the way from the under-10s up to the senior and under-20s, and of course we had the men's over-60s as well. It's been a wonderful day, and Gisela Ayana wrapping things up with a wonderful win for Ethiopia in the men's competition. Thanks very much for joining us here at the Billy Neill MBE Country Park. It's a wonderful, wonderful course. We'll have one more presentation to come before we wrap things up for you here. This in the under 20 men's competition. Matthew Lavery picking up the bronze. Callum Morgan with the silver, and the man that got the silver in the senior men's competition gets the gold in the under 20s, Ben Duffy. A great run from him. Well, thank you very much for joining us here at the Northern Ireland International and the Northern Ireland and Ulster Age Group Championships for 2022. Thank you very much for joining us. Until next time, good night.